Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting the subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. The skies above the misty mountains bled crimson as dusk embraced the jagged peaks. Gandalf the Grey stood motionless upon the ancient watchtower of Amonsul, his weathered fingers gripping his staff as his eyes tracked the distant silhouettes cutting through the bloodied clouds. Dragons, not one, but three, their massive wings casting fleeting shadows across the valleys below as they soared eastward toward the foreboding peak of Methydras. "But so it begins," he whispered, the wind carrying his words into the gathering darkness. After 1,000 years of slumber, they answer the call. The wizard had walked the lands of Middle-earth for many ages, but the sight of multiple dragons in flight sent a chill through his immortal spirit that even the foulest servants of the enemy had never managed to evoke. It was not merely their presence that disturbed him, it was their purpose. Dragons were solitary creatures of pride and malice. They did not gather, they did not cooperate, not unless summoned by a power greater than their own boundless arrogance. 3 nights prior, Gandalf had awakened from a dreamless sleep to the sound of thunder without rain. The ancient tongue of dragons had echoed in his mind, a secret knowledge he had guarded for millennia. The message was clear: Naur Dortha Nartho Ayamath, firebearers, kindle the doom, a summoning ancient and terrible. Dawn had barely kissed the eastern skies when the great shadow passed over him. Thorondor, Lord of Eagles, circled thrice before descending upon the watchtower, his massive talons scoring the weathered stone. Mithrandir, the eagle's voice rumbled like distant thunder. Dark wings gather at the mountain's heart. The children of Ancalagon stir from their long slumber. Gandalf's bushy eyebrows furrowed beneath the brim of his pointed hat. Children of Ancalagon. Impossible. The Black Terror fell at the end of the First Age. His line was broken. Not all knowledge is preserved in the scrolls of the wise, Thorondor replied, his golden eyes reflecting the rising sun. Smaug was but a fledgling compared to what now awakens. The voice that calls them is ancient and terrible, a voice that should have been silenced when the towers of Thangorodrim crumbled. The wizard's grip tightened on his staff. Ancalagon himself, a shadow of what was, yet more than a memory. The dragons gather at the Conclave of Fire. 7 nights hence, when the moon flees the sky, they will answer his final call. As Thorondor took flight once more, Gandalf stood in silent contemplation. The pieces of an ancient puzzle began to align in his mind. The whispers from the east, the increasing boldness of dark creatures, and now this. A dragon conclave could herald only catastrophe for the free peoples of Middle-earth. Time was short, the path ahead clear, yet treacherous. He would need allies. The halls of Meduseld seemed diminished somehow, the golden roof dulled under the overcast sky. Within, Gandalf found Éomer, 3rd Marshal of the Riddermark, staring vacantly into the central fire pit, his once proud shoulders hunched as if bearing an invisible burden. The dreams come more frequently now, Éomer spoke without looking up, somehow sensing Gandalf's presence. I see through the eyes of the beast, wings that span valleys, fire that melts stone. And always the voice calling from the darkness. Gandalf had heard of the Marshal's affliction, visions that plagued him since his encounter with a dying fire drake in the northern reaches. The dragon's blood had seeped into a wound on his sword arm, and with it came the curse of draconic sight. "These visions may yet serve a greater purpose," Gandalf said, lowering himself beside the troubled warrior. "I journey to Mithridras, to a gathering of dragons summoned by an ancient evil. Your sight may pierce veils hidden even from my gaze." Eomer's haunted eyes met the wizard's. "The dreams speak of this gathering. I see them all converging, drawn like moths to flame. But the flame is black and hungers. The iron hills rose like the armored spine of some massive beast against the eastern horizon." Here, in chambers carved deep below the surface, Gandalf sought his second ally. Nari-Faerun sat cross-legged before a slab of smooth obsidian, tracing glowing symbols with her fingertip. The runes flickered with inner fire before fading into the stone. The dwarf woman's beard was braided with copper beads, inscribed with protective sigils, marking her as one of the few remaining Khazad runekeepers. "The stones speak of awakening," she said without preamble as Gandalf entered her sanctum. "Ancient powers stir that should remain dormant, grey pilgrim. Then you know why I have come." Nari nodded grimly. "The dragons gather, and something worse moves among them. My ancestors crafted wards against the great worms during the War of Wrath. These secrets have been guarded within my line since the breaking of Thangorodrim." She rose and lifted a war hammer from its place of honor on the wall. Its head was etched with runes that seemed to shift and change as the light touched them. Mornorthol, Black Flame Quencher, forged from the metal of a fallen star, cooled in the tears of mountain springs. No dragonfire can withstand its touch. The last of Gandalf's chosen companions awaited in the shadowed eaves of Mirkwood. Torion moved like flowing water through the trees, his scarred face partially hidden beneath a hood of woven leaves. Once a prince among the Sylvan Elves, he had been caught in the conflagration when a dragon raided their northern settlement centuries ago. His body had healed, but his spirit, remained marked by the encounter. "The trees whisper of wings in the night," Torion said, his melodic voice carrying the subtle rasp of one who had breathed dragonfire and survived. "They fear what comes." "As do all wise creatures," Gandalf replied. "Yet fear must not stay our hand." Torion's fingers absently traced the silvery scars that ran down the left side of his face. "Odiai have crafted arrows from the heartwood of trees that witnessed the First Age. They remember the great dragons of old and weep bitter sap that turns to poison against their flesh." His eyes, one emerald green, the other milky white, fixed on Gandalf with unsettling intensity. "But these weapons alone will not be enough against what awaits us. There is more you haven't spoken of, Mithrandir." Gandalf nodded solemnly. "Much more. But some truths are better revealed when their time comes." The journey to Mithridras was fraught with growing shadow. Each night, more winged shapes passed overhead, their massive forms briefly eclipsing the stars. By the sixth day, they had reached the hidden valley that cradled the mountain's eastern face. Steam rose from fissures in the ground, carrying the acrid scent of sulfur. "The peak was hollow," Gandalf explained as they established a hidden camp. "In ages past, it housed one of the great forges of the dwarves before a cataclysm opened its depths to darker things." That night, Gandalf revealed the final piece of his plan. From within his robes, he withdrew a small crystal phial filled with quicksilver liquid. The language of dragons is more than sound. It is intent, will, and dominance woven into utterance. This elixir, brewed from the tears of Nienna and the dew of Telperion, will allow me to project the essence of dragonkind. For a few crucial hours, The great worms will perceive me as one of their ancient kin. And us? Asked Éomer, his hand unconsciously moving to the dragon-scarred arm. You three will secure the outer chambers. Nari's runes will mask your presence, but should any dragon sense you? The wizard's eyes darkened. You do show no mercy, for you shall receive none. The conclave chamber yawned like the maw of some primordial beast. Massive stalactites hung from the vaulted ceiling like stone fangs, many bearing the claw marks of perched dragons. The cavern floor was a vast disk of obsidian, polished to mirror-like perfection by centuries of draconic flame. Gandalf moved among the greatest terrors of Middle-earth with measured steps, his form shimmering slightly from the elixir's effect. 12 dragons had answered the call, their scales representing every hue from midnight black to burnished gold, their sizes varying from merely enormous to utterly colossal. At the chamber's center, a column of swirling darkness rose from a circular pit. Within this maelstrom, Gandalf detected a presence, ancient, malevolent, and terribly familiar, brethren of fire and claw. The darkness spoke in the rolling thunder of dragon speech. The time of awakening approaches. For an age I have dwelled between worlds, my essence scattered when Arendil's accursed spear pierced my heart. But now the stars align. Tonight I shall be whole again. The realization struck Gandalf with terrible clarity. Ancalagon the Black, mightiest of all dragons, whose fall had shattered mountains, had not been fully destroyed. Some fragment of his malevolent spirit had endured, gathering strength over millennia. The ritual requires 12 flames, freely given. The darkness continued. Surrender your fire, and when I rise again, you shall be exalted as my lieutenants in the new age of dragonkind. Gandalf watched as the assembled dragons approached the pit one by one, each exhaling a sustained stream of their unique flame into the swirling vortex. With each contribution, the darkness grew more substantial, occasionally revealing glimpses of an enormous draconic form taking shape within. When the 11th dragon had finished, Gandalf felt a sudden pressure against his mind, a probing, suspicious presence. You conceal something, latecomer, rumbled Scatterborn, the largest of the gathered dragons. Your essence is different. Before Gandalf could respond, a piercing scream echoed from the tunnels beyond, Yoma's voice, raised in warning or agony. The assembled dragons turned as one, their ancient eyes fixing upon the wizard with dawning fury. A deceiver walks among us, Scatterborn roared, rearing back to deliver a killing blast of flame. In that moment of crisis, Gandalf cast aside all pretense. He raised his staff high, and for a brief instant, the dragons beheld his true nature, not the grey-robed pilgrim, but Olórin, Maiar of Manwë, wreathed in the pure light of Valinor. Fools! He thundered in perfect dragon speech. You are not to be exalted, you are to be consumed. Ancalagon requires not your loyalty, but your very essence. The darkness at the center of the chamber writhed and expanded in rage. The wizard speaks, it hissed. Kill him, the staff! Bring me the staff! With terrible clarity, Gandalf understood at last. His staff, crafted from the branch of an ancient tree in Valinor and reinforced with mithril from the deeps of Moria, contained at its core a sliver of metal recovered from the legendary spear of Arendil. The very weapon that had struck down Ancalagon now served as the linchpin of his potential resurrection. The chamber erupted into chaos. Dragons turned upon one another in confusion and rage, while the half-formed apparition of Ancalagon writhed in the center, reaching spectral claws toward Gandalf. Through the tumult came Gandalf's allies, Éomer, his sword gleaming with eldritch light, Nari, her rune hammer creating shockwaves that staggered even the mighty drakes. and Torian, looping between massive talons to loose his enchanted arrows into vulnerable eyes and throats. Amidst the battle, Gandalf worked his most complex magic. With words of power not uttered since the Elder Days, he reversed the draconic ritual, turning the vortex inward upon itself. The half-formed essence of Ancalagon shrieked in fury as it began to collapse. "This ends now," Gandalf declared, plunging his staff into the heart of the vortex. A sound like the sundering of worlds filled the chamber. Dragons scattered in panic as the mountainside itself began to crack. The shade of Ancalagon, denied its resurrection, lashed out one final time, not at Gandalf, but at his staff. Ancient wood splintered. The mithril core, containing the fragment of Arundil's spear, was exposed for an instant before being consumed in a flash of blinding light. When vision returned, the vortex was gone, along with all trace of Ancalagon's presence. Deeper dawn found the four companions on a ridgeline overlooking the smoking ruin of Methedras' eastern face. Of the 12 dragons that had gathered, 7 had perished in the cavern's collapse. The rest had fled to the far corners of Middle-earth, their dreams of dominion shattered. "It will take them centuries to recover their courage," Torian observed, his scarred face turned toward the rising sun. Gandalf leaned heavily upon a simple wooden branch, a poor replacement for his lost staff, yet there was a lightness to his spirit that belied his weary appearance. "Some threats are never truly vanquished," he said quietly. "They merely slumber until the time is right. But for now, at least, the shadow of Ancalagon has been banished beyond the confines of this world." Eomer flexed his dragon-scarred arm, a look of wonder crossing his face. The visions, they've stopped. I feel only my own thoughts now." Nari nodded in satisfaction. "The breaking of the ritual has severed many ancient bonds. You are free of your curse, son of Rohan." As they prepared to depart, each returning to their respective lands and duties, Gandalf gazed one last time at the distant peaks where dragons still lurked in isolated lairs. "The great powers of darkness never cease in their attempts to return," he mused. "Yet it is not through grand armies or mighty sorceries that they are ultimately defeated, but through the courage of a few willing to stand against the gathering night." He smiled beneath his grey beard, already considering where he might find the materials for a new staff, one without the dangerous heritage of its predecessor. "Come, my friends. Our roads diverge here, but I suspect our paths may cross again when next the shadow lengthens." And so they parted ways beneath the watchful gaze of Thorondor, circling high above, guardian of the skies, ever vigilant against the return of dragonkind's darkest hour. Story 2. The autumn wind whispered ancient secrets through the abandoned streets of Ostin Edil, a city once magnificent and now reduced to haunting ruins that sparkled with forgotten magic. Weathered archways stood like silent sentinels against the passage of time, their elven inscriptions barely visible beneath centuries of moss and memory. Here, amid the echoes of a civilization long past, Gandalf the Grey moved with deliberate steps, his staff tapping rhythmically against the cobblestones slick with morning dew. "Here the city remembers," he murmured to himself, running weathered fingers along a wall where mithril inlays still glimmered faintly in the early light. "Even stones can hold memories if they have witnessed enough wonder." 3 nights prior, the wizard had been awakened from his rest in Rivendell by a dream so vivid it could scarcely be called such. A melody, both familiar and utterly strange, had pierced his consciousness, notes that seemed to reconstruct themselves from the very fabric of creation. Upon waking, he found his hands moving of their own accord, fingers plucking invisible strings in the air. "An old magic stirs," Elrond had said when Gandalf recounted his experience. The half-elven lord's eyes clouded with concern. "In the ruins of Eregion, where Celebrimbor's knowledge once flourished, something ancient has awakened. The wizard had departed that same morning, drawn by a call he could neither ignore nor fully comprehend. The heart of Ostin Edil lay submerged beneath the tranquil surface of a lake, formed when the Glanduin River had changed course centuries ago. Gandalf stood at the water's edge, watching how sunlight fractured into prismatic patterns across the surface. Beneath those placid waters lay the greatest achievements of the Gwathi Myrdain, the Brotherhood of Jewel Smiths, and perhaps, if the rumors were true, something far older than even their legendary craft. Not all treasures should be reclaimed from their resting places, came a voice like the rustling of leaves. Gandalf turned to find a figure emerging from the tree line, tall and slender, with eyes that held the light of stars. Galadriel, Lady of Lórien, approached with steps that barely disturbed the grass beneath her feet. "Yet some treasures do not rest easily," Gandalf replied, inclining his head in respect. "You have felt it as well, then? The melody that comes unbidden in the quiet hours." "Yes." Her gaze turned toward the lake, and something like apprehension crossed her ageless features. "It calls from Celebrimbor's old workshop, from chambers that have not seen light since the Second Age. What the Myrdain built endures, even beneath the waters." With a gesture both elegant and powerful, Galadriel raised her hand. The surface of the lake began to part, waters rising to form crystalline walls on either side of a path that descended into the depths, revealing stone steps leading downward. "I cannot accompany you further," she said, her voice strained with the effort of maintaining the pathway. "What sleeps below has a connection to you that predates even my long memory. But be wary, Mithrandir. Some melodies, once heard, cannot be unheard, and some instruments were never meant for mortal hands to play." The submerged ruins were eerily preserved, untouched by the weathering of wind and rain. Gandalf's staff illuminated chambers where work tables still stood, prepared for craftsmen who had perished an age ago. Scrolls had dissolved into the water, but engravings upon the walls depicted the creation of wonders, rings and talismans, swords and armor, each piece more marvelous than the last. The melody grew stronger as he descended, humming not through his ears, but directly through his consciousness. At the lowest level, a circular chamber awaited, its domed ceiling etched with constellations from the dawn of creation. At its center, upon a pedestal of white marble that seemed to glow with inner light, rested what he had come to find. The harp of twilight seemed made not of substance, but of crystallized music itself. Its frame was crafted from wood so pale it appeared silver, a branch from Telperion, the legendary silver tree of Valinor. The strings gleamed like captured moonlight, vibrating ever so slightly though no hand touched them. As Gandalf approached, memories flickered at the edges of his awareness, memories that belonged not to his life as a wandering wizard in Middle-earth, but to another existence, in another time. Olórin in the gardens of Lórien, learning the music of creation from Ermo himself. The same fingers, though not aged then by countless winters, crafting an instrument to capture the harmonies that existed before the world was shaped. "Could it truly be?" he whispered, his voice echoing strangely in the submerged chamber. With trembling hands that had wielded staff and sword against the darkest forces of Middle-earth, Gandalf reached for the harp. As his fingers closed around its frame, the entire structure of Ostin Edil seemed to exhale, a release of tension held for millennia. The waters had receded by the time Gandalf emerged, the harp cradled carefully in his arms. Galadriel had departed, leaving only a whisper on the breeze. "To the havens, Mithrandir. He waits there for what you carry." The journey to the Grey Havens passed as if in a dream. Villages and forests, hills and rivers blurred together as Gandalf traveled westward, the harp's melody growing stronger with each passing league. At times, he found himself stopping to place his fingers upon the strings, drawn by an irresistible compulsion. Each time he did, visions overwhelmed him. The shaping of mountains, the birth of stars, the first stirrings of life in the deepest waters, and something else, massive figures of stone and crystal, sleeping beneath mountain and meadow, crafted in an age before the coming of elves or men. The Sentinels of Dawn, guardians against a darkness that predated even Morgoth's corruption. When at last the towers of Mithlond came into view, gleaming white against the azure backdrop of the sea, Gandalf felt both relief and trepidation. Círdan the shipwright awaited him on the quayside, his ancient eyes, oldest of all elves remaining in Middle-earth, fixed on the harp with an expression of wonder and dread. "You have found it, then," said Círdan, his voice as weathered as driftwood. "The bead of the instrument that sang the world into being and that might yet unmake it. Then you know what it is?" Gandalf asked, following the shipwright into a chamber carved from living rock beneath the harbour. "I was there when it was lost," Círdan replied, "in the tumult of the breaking of Thangorodrim, when the very shape of the world was changed. We thought it destroyed or carried away into the west. Never did we imagine it would resurface now, when darkness gathers once more." The chamber they entered was circular, its walls inscribed with music, not notes as mortals understood them, but patterns that seemed to shift and flow like water as Gandalf's gaze passed over them. At the center stood a pedestal identical to the one from which he had retrieved the harp. "The Maiar stir in the deep places," Círdan continued. "The corrupted Maiar who served Morgoth, cast into the void but never truly destroyed. Already their influence reaches into dreams, twisting the minds of the vulnerable toward darkness. And this harp is meant to counter them." Gandalf placed the instrument upon the pedestal, where it settled as if returning home. "It is meant to awaken the Sentinels," Círdan corrected. "The great guardians shaped by the Valar themselves, from the substance of Arda, empowered to stand against forces even the mightiest of elves or men could not face. But there is risk, Mithrandir. The same music that wakes the Sentinels also strengthens the barriers of the world, all barriers, including those that hold back the Maiar. A double-edged sword, then," Gandalf mused, stroking his beard. "Wake the defenders, but also rouse the enemy." Precisely, and more complex still, for the harp responds only to the touch of its creator. Círdan's ancient eyes met Gandalf's with knowing intensity. "It has been waiting for you, Olórin." That night, as stars wheeled above the Gulf of Lune, Gandalf sat alone with the harp. His gnarled fingers hovered above the strings as fragments of memory coalesced into certainty. He had indeed crafted this instrument in another life before taking form as the wizard who now walked Middle-earth. The music it contained was the very harmony of creation, the Ainulindale, the great song that had shaped the world. With the first chord he struck, statues throughout Mithlond stirred, stone eyelids opening to reveal eyes of crystal light. The second chord sent ripples across Middle-earth as ancient figures, some small as men, others tall as mountains, awakened from slumber beneath forest and field, lake and hill. But with the third chord came a discordant note, a vibration that shook the foundations of reality itself. Far to the east, in places where shadow lay thick and undisturbed, something answered the awakening, malevolent consciousness reaching through weakened barriers. "Balance," Gandalf whispered, understanding flowing through him with the music. "Always balance." As dawn approached, the wizard found the pattern. the precise sequence of notes that strengthened the sentinels while reinforcing rather than weakening the barriers against the void. With each correct sequence, memories returned. Olórin among the Ainur, learning the patterns of creation, the crafting of the harp from materials gathered from the very foundations of Arda, the knowledge, always, that a time would come when the instrument would be needed once more. When the final note faded, Gandalf found Círdan standing in the doorway, watching with eyes both sorrowful and proud. "It is done," the wizard said, his voice hoarse from hours of concentrated effort. "The sentinels awaken fully, and the barriers hold. For now," Círdan agreed. "But the harp has changed you, Mithrandir. You remember more than before." Gandalf nodded slowly, feeling the weight of ancient knowledge settling upon him. "Not all of it, just enough to understand my purpose more clearly. The road ahead remains shrouded, but I see now why I was sent to these shores." He gazed out through the chamber's window, where the first light of morning glinted upon the waters of the bay. In the distance, where forest met mountain, a massive form stirred, a sentinel taking its first steps in an age, crystal eyes surveying the world it had been created to protect. "The enemy will sense this change," Círdan warned. "Oh, the awakening of such ancient powers will not go unnoticed. Let him wonder and fear," Gandalf replied, a new certainty in his voice. "The music of creation has many movements yet to play, and I, it seems, have a greater role than even I had guessed." He placed a hand upon the harp, feeling the connection that transcended time and form. The melody of ages continues. "And we, old friend, must play our parts until the final chord resolves." Across Middle-earth, stone guardians took up their ancient vigil once more, while in hidden places, shadows stirred in answer, the eternal dance of light and darkness, playing out to the rhythm of a song begun before time itself. And Gandalf, bearing both the burden and blessing of remembered purpose, prepared to return to the wider world, his path clearer, his resolve strengthened by the melody that had always been part of his deepest self, waiting only to be remembered. Story 3. The night sky shattered without warning. 5 stars, ancient and brilliant, broke free from their celestial moorings and plummeted toward Middle-earth, each trailing a comet's tail of silver-blue light across the velvet darkness. In the highest tower of Minas Tirith, Gandalf the Grey stood transfixed, his weathered hands gripping the stone balustrade as he watched the impossible unfold before his eyes. "So it begins," he whispered to the wind, his voice carrying the weight of ancient knowledge. But the Ithilveir return. The wizard had lived countless lifetimes among the mortal races, wandering the lands under many guises and names, but some dangers transcended even his long memory. He had been searching for signs of the awakening, subtle shifts in the fabric of magic, dreams that escaped recollection upon waking, creatures of shadow growing ever bolder in their forays beyond forgotten borders. But this celestial fracturing was no subtle harbinger. It was a clarion call. The veil that separated the world from the void primordial was thinning. Gandalf departed before dawn, leaving behind only a sealed message for the steward. His staff tapped a steady rhythm against the cobblestones as he passed beneath the great gates, his mind already racing across vast distances, calculating where each star had fallen and who might have been marked by their celestial fire. Miriel's arrows never missed. The elven archer notched, drew, and released in one fluid motion, her silver-tipped shaft piercing the center of a target barely visible through the mist-shrouded canopy of Mirkwood. Yet today, her legendary focus wavered. The wind around her had changed, responding to her thoughts before she could shape them into intention. "Your aim remains true, but your spirit is troubled," came a voice from the forest path. Miriel lowered her bow, silver eyes narrowing at the grey-cloaked figure emerging from between ancient oaks. "Mithrandir." The trees whispered of your coming. And what else do they whisper of? Gandalf asked, approaching with a knowing look. Of winds that answer to unspoken commands. Of dreams filled with falling light. The elf's hand unconsciously moved to touch her shoulder, where beneath layers of leather and silk lay a mark like a starburst. Silver blue against her pale skin, acquired 3 nights past when light fell from the heavens and seared her with otherworldly fire. I am not the only one marked, am I? She asked, though it was hardly a question. No. Gandalf's eyes reflected the dappled forest light. Indeed, there are 4 others, scattered across Middle-earth, and we must find them before the servants of the Shadow do. The forges of Ered Luin roared with constant industry, but none burned hotter than that of Durin's heir. Thrain, son of 9, worked metal with such skill that other dwarves whispered his hammer must be enchanted, for how else could he shape mithril with mere thought, bending the most unyielding of metals to his will? The dwarf looked up from his anvil, sweat-streaked face, illuminated by the molten glow of his latest creation, a breastplate adorned with constellations in silver relief, as Gandalf ducked through the low doorway, bringing with him an elf maiden whose presence immediately set the workshop buzzing with murmurs. I did not believe you, when you wrote of bringing an elf into our halls. Thrain grumbled, setting down his hammer. Yet here you stand with one of the firstborn, as if such alliances were commonplace. Uncommon times call for uncommon alliances, Gandalf replied, nodding toward the dwarf's bare forearm, where a silvery mark gleamed among the dark hair and tattoos. Besides, you share more with Miriel than you realize. Thrain's eyes narrowed. The falling star, you know of it, then. I know that it marks you as one of the Ithilvainar. The star touched. Just as the Lady Miriel is marked, Gandalf stepped forward, lowering his voice. And I know that since that night, metal yields to your will as readily as clay to a potter's hands. The dwarf's beard could not conceal his surprise. How could you possibly? Because the stars remember what has been forgotten by both your peoples, Gandalf said, his gaze encompassing both elf and dwarf. Or did they remember the time before the Sundering, when the Maiar walked among the firstborn children of Ilúvatar and taught them the ways of shaping the world? 3 more they found in the passing of a moon. Aldrich of Rohan, a scholar whose blindness since birth had transformed into a stranger sight, the ability to perceive through the eyes of birds and beasts. Eowyn of the Westfold, a shield maiden whose wounds healed at her touch, leaving her hands aglow with soft starlight, and most surprisingly, a halfling thief called simply Nob, whose unremarkable life of petty larceny had been transformed when the star's touch granted him the power to step between shadows as easily as others walked through doorways. Each bore the mark, each had awakened to abilities that defied the natural order. Each had been dreaming of darkness rising, of ancient barriers weakening, of a void hungry to consume all light and life. Gandalf gathered them in the hidden valley of Imladris, where the power of Elrond half-elven still held shadow at bay. In the Hall of Fire, beneath vaulted ceilings painted with the history of stars, he revealed the truth of their markings. In the Elder Days, before the breaking of the world, the Valar appointed guardians against the darkness that existed before light, Gandalf explained, his shadow dancing enormous against the wall as firelight played across his features. These were the Ithilver, the Star Guardians, chosen from among all races, imbued with powers drawn from the very essence of creation itself. Thrain snorted skeptically. If such mighty protectors existed, why do our histories not speak of them? Because they failed, Elrond answered, stepping into the circle of firelight. Or rather, they were betrayed. One among their number, some say the mightiest, turned away from their sacred duty. Instead of containing the void, he sought to harness its power. The necromancer, Miriel whispered, her fair face haunted by understanding. Gandalf nodded gravely. A dude known by many names throughout the ages, Sauron to some, the Dark Lord to others. But before his fall, before his allegiance to Morgoth, he was Maiar the Admirable, a Maiar of Aule, sworn to protect rather than destroy. And now this, necromancer, seeks to unleash this void, Aldrich asked, his sightless eyes somehow tracking Gandalf's movements. The signs suggest he has discovered the ancient ritual of unbinding, Gandalf confirmed. The stars were not merely falling, they were fleeing. The celestial bodies you call stars are the anchor points of the great seal placed upon the void by the Valar themselves. As they fall, the seal weakens. Nob, who had been uncharacteristically quiet, finally spoke. What's that got to do with us, then? We're just... What? Replacements for some ancient guardians. Not replacements, Gandalf corrected. Inheritors. The stars chose you, each of you, because within you burns an echo of the original guardians. Spirits. The marks you bear are fragments of their power, returned to Middle-earth in its hour of need. Éowyn rose to her feet, her golden hair catching the firelight like a crown. Then we must use these powers to strengthen the seal once more. It is not so simple, Elrond cautioned. Then the original seal required 5 fragments of creation, physical manifestations of the Valar's power scattered across Middle-earth for safekeeping. Without them, your nascent abilities, however extraordinary, cannot restore what is breaking. Then we shall find these fragments, Thrain declared, pounding his fist against his knee. Where do we begin? Gandalf exchanged a weighty glance with Elrond before answering. With the most perilous fragment of all, the flame imperishable, hidden in the deepest vault of Dol Guldur, the necromancer's stronghold. Under cover of a moonless night, 6 figures crept through the blighted forests surrounding the ancient fortress. Twisted trees reached with gnarled branches like supplicants begging for mercy, while mist curled around their ankles like living shackles seeking to bind them to the corrupted earth. And the darkness here has a pulse, whispered Aldrich, whose borrowed sight, currently borrowed from a nighthawk circling overhead, penetrated the gloom better than any mortal eyes could. It beats like a heart. It is no coincidence that the necromancer chose this place, Gandalf replied softly. Dol Guldur stands upon an ancient nexus of power, a place where the barriers between worlds grew thin, even in the elder days. Miriel notched an arrow, her keen senses detecting movement in the shadows. We are watched. Of course we are, Nob muttered, his ordinary halfling features suddenly melting into the darkness until only his eyes remained visible. This whole cursed hill probably has eyes in every stone. Gandalf raised his staff, its crystal head emanating a soft light that pushed back the encroaching shadows. Remember what we discussed. The fragments respond to their kindred power. Thrain, you will sense the flame imperishable as we draw near. It will call to the Maker's spirit within you. The dwarf nodded grimly, his enchanted axe held ready. Its edge gleamed with runes that pulsed in time with the mark upon his arm. They ascended toward the fortress, moving between pools of absolute darkness where even Gandalf's starflight seemed swallowed without trace. As they approached the outer wall, hideous cries echoed from the tower above, the shrieks of fell creatures sensing intruders in their master's domain. And the direct approach seems unwise, Éowyn observed dryly, her hand on the hilt of her sword. Indeed, Gandalf turned to the halfling. Master Nob, I believe this is where your particular talents become invaluable. The thief grinned, his entire form already fading into shadow. Follow the darkness, he said, and then was gone, only to reappear 20 paces ahead, beckoning from the mouth of a forgotten culvert, barely visible beneath tangled thorns. One by one, they slipped into the passage, Gandalf coming last, his tall frame bent nearly double in the confined space. The wizard's mind raced with calculations and contingencies. He had not told his companions everything. How could he? How could he explain that the 5 fragments, once gathered, would require a vessel powerful enough to contain their combined energy? How could he tell them that the ritual to reseal the void would almost certainly consume whoever performed it? As they emerged into the lightless depths beneath Dol Guldur, Thrain suddenly gasped, clutching his marked arm. "It's here," the dwarf whispered, his eyes wide with wonder and fear. "The flame, it sings to my blood." Above them, the fortress trembled as a presence awakened, ancient and malevolent, aware now of the threat below. The hunt for the remaining fragments would only grow more dangerous with each one they claimed. Gandalf watched as his 5 marked companions moved forward, their inherited powers beginning to manifest more strongly in proximity to the fragment. Thrain's hands glowing forge bright, Miriel's steps leaving swirling eddies of wind, Aldrich's blind eyes reflecting visions no mortal was meant to see, Eowyn's touch causing withered roots to sprout green shoots, and Nob slipping between patches of darkness like a fish through water. "You're my 5 fragments," Gandalf murmured to himself. 5 bearers, and 1 chance to mend what was broken before the void consumes all. In the darkness ahead, something pulsed with primordial fire, the first fragment awaiting them, while far above, a shadow took form, its malevolence focused upon the intruders who dared to challenge the inevitable unraveling of all things. The final battle for Middle-earth had begun, not with armies clashing upon open plains, but with 6 souls descending into darkness to reclaim the building blocks of creation itself. Story 4. Blood-red dawn spilled across the white marble towers of Minas Tirith, the ancient fortress city that crowned the eastern mountains like a circlet of alabaster teeth. Within the highest chamber of the Queen's Tower, Gandalf the Grey stood motionless, his weathered face a mask of concern as he studied the figure before him. Queen Miriel sat unnaturally still upon her ornate chair, her slender fingers gripping the armrests until her knuckles blanched white. Above her brow, defying all natural law, hovered a crown, unlike any in the realms of men or elves, a twisted circle of glistening black thorns that rotated slowly, never touching her skin, yet casting shadows that burrowed like roots across her temples. "How long has it been thus?" Gandalf asked, his voice barely above a whisper in the hushed chamber. 3 days, answered Lord Ardeth, the Queen's elderly counselor whose invitation had brought the wizard riding hard from the western shores. She awakened from troubled dreams on the eve of her 7th year of rule to find this. He gestured helplessly toward the hovering crown. Each day it draws closer, and each night the shadows it casts sink deeper. Gandalf approached the Queen, his staff tapping softly against the polished stone floor. At 30 summers, Miriel was young to rule the ancient kingdom, yet wisdom beyond her years shone in eyes the color of mountain lakes. Now those eyes were clouded with pain barely contained. "May I?" the wizard asked, raising his hand toward the spectral crown. The Queen nodded once, a nearly imperceptible movement. As Gandalf's fingers approached the thorns, they twisted away as if sentient, the entire crown rotating faster while remaining fixed in its position above Miriel's brow. Where his hand passed through its shadows, a biting cold numbed his skin. "It is no ordinary curse," he murmured, withdrawing his hand. "Its roots reach back to elder days." "Can you remove it?" Lord Ardeth asked, the hope in his voice as fragile as autumn leaves. Gandalf's bushy eyebrows drew together as ancient knowledge stirred in the recesses of his memory. Not with any craft I possess here and now, but his eyes focused on a distant point beyond the chamber walls. Indeed, there are writings in the kingdom's oldest archives that speak of the crystal staff of Anúminas, a relic of the First Age that was hidden in the Ered Luin, the Blue Mountains of the North, when the great kingdoms fell. The Mountains of Ice. Miriel spoke for the first time, her voice soft yet unwavering despite her obvious pain. That is what the dreams show me. A path through frozen peaks to a cavern blue as twilight, where light and crystal sing together. Gandalf's gaze sharpened. You have seen it, each night, as the crown's shadows deepen. Miriel rose unsteadily, her regal bearing at odds with her obvious weakness. The archives confirm your words, Mithrandir. The crystal staff was hidden in the mountains of ice by my ancestor, King Amandil the Far-Sighted, who foresaw that a time would come when its power would be needed once more. The journey is perilous, Gandalf cautioned. The Blue Mountains harbor creatures, ancient and fell, guardians placed to ensure the staff remained hidden from those who would misuse its power. Yet I must go, Miriel declared, her eyes flashing with determination. The crown's whispers grow stronger each night. It speaks of a darkness stirring beneath the foundations of Minas Tirith, a darkness that has slumbered since the kingdom's founding. If I do not find the staff, this darkness will awaken and consume not just me, but all my people. Lord Ardeth stepped forward, alarm etched in the deep lines of his face. My queen, you cannot risk yourself thus. Send the wizard with a company of your finest guards. The visions are clear, Miriel countered. Only the one who bears the crown may wield the staff. I will go, though not as queen. She turned to Gandalf, a half-smile playing at her lips despite the pain. I've not forgotten all the woodcraft of my youth, Mithrandir. Before I was crowned, I hunted in the northern wilds with the best of the kingdom's rangers. Gandalf studied her for a long moment, seeing beneath the royal composure to the steel-willed woman who had united fractious provinces and secured peace with hostile neighbors through diplomacy rather than bloodshed. Very well, he nodded at last. But we leave quietly, without the knowledge of the court. The fewer who know of this quest, the safer our path. 3 days later, as winter's first snow dusted the foothills of the Blue Mountains, 2 travelers made their way along a rarely used mountain trail. Gandalf's grey robes and pointed hat were unchanged, but beside him rode not a queen, but a seemingly unremarkable ranger clad in the muted greens and browns of the northern wilds. A hood concealing distinctive silver-streaked ebony hair. Only the occasional glimpse of shadow moving beneath the hood's confines, the spectral crown growing ever closer to Miriel's skin, betrayed that she was no ordinary traveler. We are watched, Gandalf murmured as they made camp in the shelter of a wind-carved overhang, the mountain rising sheer above them. Miriel's hand moved to the hunting knife at her belt. Orcs? No, a solitary follower. Human, I believe. Gandalf arranged kindling for a small fire, his movements deliberately unhurried. He has maintained his distance since we left the low country. I had hoped he would abandon the pursuit once we entered the mountain paths. Perhaps he is simply a traveler bound for the same passes, Miriel suggested, though her tone suggested she believed this no more than the wizard did. Well, perhaps. Gandalf touched his staff to the kindling, which burst into cheerful flame despite the dampness of the wood. Nevertheless, we would do well to set a watch tonight. As darkness claimed the mountains, transforming the snowy peaks into silhouettes against the star-strewn sky, their pursuer finally made his move. Gandalf, seemingly dozing against a boulder but fully alert, heard the whisper of steel being unsheathed an instant before a figure lunged from the shadows toward the sleeping form of Miriel. The wizard's staff flashed with blinding light, freezing the attacker mid-strike. In the sudden illumination, a face both familiar and unexpected was revealed. Lord Denethor, captain of the Queen's personal guard and heir to one of the kingdom's most powerful noble houses. "Treachery, Denethor!" Gandalf demanded, his voice hard as the stone beneath them. "Is this how you honor your oath to protect the Queen?" The warrior's handsome face twisted in a snarl as he fought against the magical restraint. "I serve the kingdom, not the witch who wears its crown, the daughter of a foreign concubine, placed on the throne through the old king's besotted folly." "Enough!" Miriel's voice cracked like a whip as she rose from her bedroll, throwing back her hood to reveal the crown of thorns now barely a finger's width from touching her flesh. "You speak of what you do not understand, Denethor. Your ambition blinds you to the true danger. The only danger is allowing you to reach the crystal staff," Denethor spat. "The archives reveal what you hide from the court, that the staff can transfer power from one bloodline to another. You seek it not to remove a curse, but to cement your illegitimate claim to the throne for all time." Before either Gandalf or Miriel could respond, an unearthly shriek split the night air. From above, massive shadows descended, dragons with scales of translucent ice that reflected the starlight like countless mirrors. Their breath froze the very air, transforming falling snowflakes into deadly shards that rained down upon the mountainside. "Inside!" Gandalf commanded, releasing Denethor from his magical hold as he pointed toward a narrow crevice in the rock face. "The dragons cannot follow." The three unlikely companions scrambled into the fissure as gouts of freezing breath turned their abandoned campsite into a gleaming sculpture of ice. The passage narrowed until they were forced to edge sideways, Gandalf's staff providing the only illumination as they penetrated deeper into the mountain's heart. "This is no random cave," Miriel whispered, her fingers tracing ancient runes carved into the tunnel walls. "These are the old signs of my house, markers left to guide the worthy to the staff's resting place, or to lead the unwary to their doom," Denethor muttered, though he followed closely, his earlier hostility tempered by the greater threat outside. The passage eventually opened into a vast cavern whose walls gleamed with veins of sapphire crystal. Stalactites hung like massive icicles from the distant ceiling, while a frozen underground lake occupied the chamber's center, its surface smooth as polished glass. In the precise middle of the lake, encased in a column of ice that rose from the depths, stood a staff of purest crystal, pulsing with an inner light that cast rainbow reflections throughout the cavern. "The crystal staff of Anúminas," Gandalf breathed, ancient memories stirring within him. He had seen this artifact once before, in another age, when he had walked the world under a different name. As if sensing their presence, the ice dragons forced their massive heads into the tunnel entrance behind them, their freezing breath slowly advancing toward the cavern. "We must hurry," Gandalf urged. "The lake's ice should bear our weight, but approach with caution." The three advanced onto the frozen surface, moving slowly toward the central pillar. With each step Miriel took, the crown of thorns descended closer to her flesh until the first barbs began to pierce her skin. Droplets of blood fell upon the ice, each one spreading in an intricate pattern like crimson snowflakes. "And recognizes your bloodline," Gandalf observed, watching as the patterns connected, forming a network of glowing lines that led directly to the imprisoned staff. "My blood upon the ice, the final key," Miriel gasped through pain. The visions showed this. As they reached the central column, the ice began to crack, not to break, but to recede, drawing back like a curtain to reveal the staff in all its glory. Miriel reached for it with trembling hands, but Denethor lunged forward, his previous caution abandoned. "The kingdom deserves a ruler of pure blood," he cried, grasping the staff an instant before Miriel could touch it. A blinding flash filled the cavern as Denethor was thrown backward, sliding across the ice until he lay motionless at the cavern's edge, the staff still embedded in the receding column. "Only one marked by the crown may claim the staff," Gandalf said quietly, helping Miriel forward. The writings were quite specific on this point. As Miriel's bloodied fingers closed around the crystal shaft, memories not her own flooded her consciousness. Memories of an ancient evil sealed beneath the foundations of Minas Tirith, of a king desperate to protect future generations, of a safeguard placed upon the royal bloodline to warn when the evil stirred once more. And with those memories came a shocking revelation that caused her to turn wide eyes toward Gandalf. "It was you," she whispered, "you who helped King Amandil create the safeguard, you who crafted the crown of thorns to appear when the darkness beneath the city began to wake." Gandalf's ancient eyes reflected centuries of sorrow. "I was known by another name then, but yes." We sealed away a fragment of the Dark Lord's essence, a piece too powerful to destroy completely. The crown was meant to guide the worthy ruler to the staff when the evil began to stir once more. The cavern shuddered as the ice dragon's breath finally reached them, beginning to freeze the edges of the great chamber. But the staff alone is not enough, Miriel realized, the crown of thorns now a burning band of fire around her brow. "Oh, it requires a sacrifice. The true ruler must be willing to give everything to protect the kingdom." Gandalf nodded gravely. "That is the choice before you, Miriel of Minas Tirith. The staff can draw the darkness into itself, containing it for another age, but the cost is the power and life force of the one who wields it." Miriel straightened, royal dignity evident even in her ranger's garb. "Then there is no choice at all. A true ruler exists to serve their people, not to rule over them." She raised the staff high, its crystal length beginning to absorb the shadowy essence of the crown. As it did so, the thorns sank deeper, drawing more blood that flowed not outward but into the staff itself, empowering the ancient artifact. The mountain trembled as far below, beneath the foundations of distant Minas Tirith, something ancient and malevolent was drawn inexorably toward the staff's power, pulled from its resting place into a new prison. Gandalf watched with mingled sorrow and pride as Miriel's strength visibly drained, her vital essence flowing into the staff along with her royal blood, fueling the magic necessary to rebind the ancient evil. Yet even as her physical form weakened, her spirit seemed to grow, luminous with sacrifice and purpose. On the cavern floor, Denethor stirred, witnessing with dawning comprehension the true meaning of rulership as Miriel gave everything to save a people who would never know the danger they had faced. As the staff completed its work, pulsing once with blinding brilliance before fading to dormant crystal once more, Miriel collapsed into Gandalf's waiting arms, the crown of thorns finally dissolving into mist. "Is it done?" she whispered, her voice faint as autumn wind through fallen leaves. "It is done," Gandalf confirmed, cradling her gently. "The darkness is contained once more, bound for an age within the staff itself. And the price?" Her eyes, though dimmed, searched his face for truth. The wizard's weathered features softened. "Your sacrifice has bound the evil, but I did not craft the safeguards alone, Miriel. There were 7 wise ones who worked together in that distant age. What one of us creates, another may unmake." From within his robes, Gandalf withdrew a small phial containing liquid that glowed like captured starlight. This is Miruvor, the cordial of Imladris. I carried it for dire need, and no need could be more dire than this." As the precious drops passed Miriel's lips, color gradually returned to her pale face. The staff's crystal began to darken, absorbing the evil completely into its depths, sealing it away from the world of light and life. "The staff must be hidden again," Miriel said as strength slowly returned to her limbs, "in a place where none may find it until it is needed once more." "I know of such a place," Gandalf nodded. "And in the uttermost west, where the Guardians still keep watch over Middle-earth." Denethor approached cautiously, head bowed in shame. "My queen, I cannot ask forgiveness for my blindness, but if you would permit it, I would devote my life to guarding the secret of what has transpired here." Miriel regarded him thoughtfully before extending her hand. "Redemption begins with a single step toward the light. Lord Denethor, let this be yours." As the three prepared to leave the crystal cavern, the ice dragons withdrew from the tunnel entrance, their ancient purpose fulfilled. They had not been guardians against intruders, Gandalf realized, but sentinels placed to ensure that only those who reached the staff were those intended to wield it. The wizard gazed at the queen, who had proven her worthiness not through blood or birth, but through willing sacrifice. Some tests revealed the darkness in men's hearts, while others revealed unexpected light. This journey had accomplished both. The crystal staff, wrapped now in enchanted cloth, hung at Gandalf's side as they emerged into the mountain dawn. Its power slumbered once more, waiting for an age yet to come when darkness would again test the strength of those who stood against it. And Gandalf, who had walked the world through countless such cycles of light and shadow, felt the familiar weight of guardianship settle upon his shoulders once more. For while kingdoms might rise and fall, the eternal vigilance against darkness remained, an unending duty carried by those with the wisdom to recognize its necessity and the courage to bear its burden. Story 5. The ancient forests of Eregion wept black tears. What once stood as proud sentinels of verdant might now bent like crippled spectres, their branches dripping with an oily substance that hissed when it touched the ground. Gandalf the Grey moved cautiously through this blighted woodland, his weathered hand gripping his staff more tightly with each step. The corruption had spread far more rapidly than he had feared. Darkness flows where barriers weaken, he murmured to himself, kneeling to examine a pool of shadow that seemed to pulse with malevolent awareness. When he held his staff above it, the light it emanated made the darkness recoil, but only momentarily, like a wounded beast retreating before gathering strength for another attack. 3 days prior, ravens had arrived at Rivendell bearing messages from the outlying settlements of the Western Lands. They spoke of shadow creatures slipping through the twilight, of children vanishing from their beds, of livestock found drained of life rather than blood. The Eldar recognized the signs, an ancient evil testing boundaries that had stood firm since the Elder Days. Elrond had summoned the White Council, but Gandalf had not waited. Some warnings could not afford the luxury of deliberation. The wizard straightened with a grimace, his bones protesting after countless leagues of travel. Ahead lay the ruins of Ost in Edhill, once the greatest city of elvensmiths, now a tumble of marble and memory half reclaimed by forest. Yet even in its fallen state, it held secrets unknown to most who walked Middle-earth. "You've come, then," spoke a voice from behind him, soft as wind-blown leaves, yet resonant with power. "But I wondered if you would heed the signs." Gandalf turned, unsurprised to find Galadriel standing where moments before there had been only shadow. The Lady of Lorien seemed to shimmer in the gloom, as though the light of the undying lands still flowed through her veins, refusing to be dimmed by the encroaching darkness. "The boundaries fail more quickly than any could have foreseen," Gandalf replied, his eyes betraying his concern where his voice remained steady. The seals weaken. Yes. Galadriel's gaze drifted toward the ruins ahead. What was bound in the First Age stirs once more. The eternal flame must be recovered. Gandalf's bushy eyebrows rose. You believe it still exists? The records speak of its light being extinguished when a region fell. Some fires cannot be quenched. Mithrandir, only hidden. A ghost of a smile touched Galadriel's lips. Just as some wizards are more than they appear. The implication hung between them like an unspoken oath. Among all who dwelled in Middle-earth, perhaps only Galadriel fully comprehended Gandalf's true nature, not merely a wandering conjurer, but Olórin, a Maiar spirit sent from the undying lands with a purpose that transcended the understanding of mortals. The flame can restore what now falters, she continued, but its recovery comes with peril. It responds only to one who has faced both the brightest light and the deepest darkness without surrendering to either. Few living beings could make such a claim, Gandalf mused. Indeed, yet there is one who might assist you, though you will find the alliance unconventional. Galadriel's eyes gleamed with something that in a less regal being might have been called amusement. In the shadow of Caradhras dwells Morageth, once handmaiden to Morgoth himself before she forswore his service. Gandalf's expression darkened. A servant of the enemy, you suggest I seek aid from one whose hands are stained with the blood of the First Age. I suggest you seek aid from one who understands the nature of shadow because she once walked within it. Galadriel's voice remained calm, though her eyes held a challenge. Or the eternal flame requires balance, Mithrandir. Light alone cannot rekindle it. The path to Caradhras wound through veils of stone and ice, where the wind carried whispers of ancient battles and the ghosts of fallen warriors. Gandalf traveled swiftly, aware that each passing day allowed the shadow creatures to strengthen their grip on the western lands. By the third day of his journey, he could feel malevolent eyes tracking his progress, the servants of whatever darkness now spread, seeking to prevent his mission. In a narrow ravine where icicles hung like crystal daggers, he encountered the first of them, wraith-like entities that seemed woven from night itself, with eyes that burned like dying stars. They moved with unnatural speed, flowing over the frozen ground like living ink. Gandalf raised his staff, its light blazing forth with sudden intensity. In the name of the secret fire that burns at the heart of creation, I deny you passage. The shadow creatures recoiled momentarily but did not retreat. Instead, they began to circle, probing for weakness in the wizard's defenses. Gandalf could sense their hunger, not merely for flesh, but for the light of his spirit, the essence that marked him as different from the mortals they had hunted thus far. Just as they tensed to strike, a haunting melody drifted through the ravine, a song in a language older than the mountains themselves. The shadows froze, then scattered like mist before a storm wind, fleeing back to whatever darkness had spawned them. From a crevice in the stone emerged a figure both terrible and beautiful. She stood taller than any mortal woman, her skin the pale blue of glacial ice, her hair a cascade of silver that seemed to capture and reflect the feeble winter light. Her eyes, however, betrayed her nature, dark as the void between stars, with flecks of crimson that swirled like embers in their depths. Morageth, Gandalf acknowledged with a wary nod. And Grey Pilgrim, her voice resonated with harmonics impossible for human throats to produce. Or shall I name you by your true identity, Olórin of the Maiar? Names have power in these lands, Gandalf replied carefully. I am called Gandalf in this age, and it serves well enough. A smile curved Morageth's lips, revealing teeth too sharp for comfort. Indeed, just as I once bore names that would cause the very stones to tremble. We all adapt to our circumstances. She gestured toward the path ahead. You seek the whispering glade. I have watched you since you entered the mountain's shadow. Then you know why I have come. You seek the eternal flame, the last ember of Aulis' forge, hidden when Eregion fell. Morageth's expression grew solemn. And you seek my guidance, though it curdles your pride to ask it. Not pride, Gandalf corrected. Caution. Your history is complicated, as is yours. Maiar, who chooses to walk as a mortal. Morageth stepped closer, studying him with ancient eyes. Yet we are both creatures of multiple natures, are we not? Neither wholly of darkness nor solely of light. The truth of her words resonated uncomfortably. Gandalf had always understood that his mission required him to comprehend the darkness he fought against, to know its allure and its deceit without succumbing to either. Perhaps that was why Galadriel had directed him here, to one who had made the journey in reverse, from darkness into something not quite light, but no longer shadow. The glade lies 3 days. Journey hence, Morageth continued. But the path is watched by creatures far more dangerous than those you just encountered. The master who commands them has sensed your purpose. What master? Gandalf's eyes narrowed. What force could command such abominations? Morageth's laughter was like ice cracking in deep winter. Oh, Grey One, do you truly not recognize the hand that shapes these shadows, the mind that directs their hunger? It bears the same signature as your own power, Maiar in origin, yet altered by ambition and secret knowledge. A cold realization settled in Gandalf's chest. Saruman. The white wizard finds white too limiting a color, Morageth nodded grimly. He has discovered artifacts from the First Age, rings of power thought lost when Celebrimbor fell. With them, he unravels the ancient seals, believing he can control what emerges. The revelation struck Gandalf like a physical blow. Saruman, head of the White Council, his oldest ally in Middle-earth, now secretly working to unleash forces beyond reckoning. Yet even as shock flooded his system, another part of Gandalf's mind, the eternal patient part that had witnessed the rise and fall of kingdoms long forgotten, acknowledged that the signs had been there all along. Saruman's growing obsession with the enemy's craft, his increasing isolation, his dismissal of threats that did not align with his own pursuits. He must be stopped, Gandalf said, his voice hardening with resolve. Yes. But first, the flame must be secured. Morageth gestured for him to follow. Come, the shadows gather more quickly now. What once might have taken centuries now accelerates toward a culmination that could consume all the western lands. The Whispering Glade lay hidden within a fold of the mountains, accessible only through a passage so narrow that Gandalf was forced to remove his pointed hat and press sideways through the gap. Beyond, a sanctuary opened, a perfect circle of ancient trees surrounding a pool of water so still it resembled polished obsidian. The entrance to the hidden chamber lies beneath the pool, Morageth explained, her voice hushed as if afraid to disturb the profound silence of the place. But be warned, what guards it will challenge not your staff or sword, but the very nature of your spirit. Gandalf approached the pool's edge, peering into depths that seemed to extend far beyond what was physically possible within the mountain. What manner of guardian awaits? One that Celebrimbor crafted from memory and hope, an echo of the Maiar who taught him his greatest crafts before betrayal, revealed that teacher's true nature. Morageth's voice carried a strange note of something like regret. It will see into your heart, grey pilgrim. It will know if you seek the flame for domination rather than restoration. Understanding dawned. Anatar. The Lord of Gifts, before he revealed himself as Sauron, a phantom of what he appeared to be, yes, Celebrimbor's final creation, a guardian who would never again be deceived by false benevolence. Morageth remained at the glade's edge as Gandalf stepped to the pool's rim. I can guide you no further. My own heart would not survive such scrutiny. Gandalf removed his outer robes and staff, placing them carefully aside. The eternal flame would respond only to his essential nature, not the trappings of the identity he had worn for centuries among the peoples of Middle-earth. "If I do not return," he said quietly, "seek Galadriel. Tell her what we have learned of Saruman's treachery." Before Morageth could respond, Gandalf stepped into the pool and allowed himself to sink beneath the obsidian surface. Darkness enveloped him, then gave way to a chamber hewn from living crystal. At its center burned a flame unlike any in Middle-earth, neither yellow nor red nor blue, but a color that seemed to exist between the visible spectrum, simultaneously bright, yet casting no shadows. And before it stood a figure of impossible beauty and terrible majesty. "Olórin," spoke the Phantom of Anatar, its voice resonating with the perfect tones that had once seduced the greatest minds of the age into folly. "You come seeking power in a time of need. How convenient that necessity so often aligns with desire." "I seek restoration, not power," Gandalf replied, standing firm before the apparition. "As did I, when first I walked among the Eldar." The Phantom smiled with heartbreaking sincerity. "I sought to restore order to a chaotic world, to heal the wounds left by my former master's destruction. Your words were false, your purpose corrupt. Were they? Was it?" The Phantom circled Gandalf, its perfect features reflecting flickers of the eternal flame. "Or was my error simply in believing that control and domination were necessary prerequisites for healing? What separates your purpose from mine, Olórin? We are both Maiar, both sent to influence the course of this world." Gandalf felt the probing presence in his mind, the guardian testing not just his words, but his deepest intentions. In this place of absolute truth, dissembling was impossible. "I do not seek to shape Middle-earth according to my vision," Gandalf replied, each word weighted with absolute conviction. "I seek to preserve the freedom of all peoples to shape their own destinies. The flame is not mine to command, but to safeguard until its rightful purpose can be fulfilled." The Phantom's eyes narrowed, searching for deceit and finding none. Slowly, it stepped aside, revealing the eternal flame in all its glory. "Take it then, guardian of the flame," the Phantom intoned. "But know this, the same choice that faced me will face you. When darkness rises and all seems lost, the temptation to impose order rather than nurture freedom grows ever stronger." Gandalf approached the flame, feeling its ancient power, calling to something primordial within his own spirit. "I do not claim to be stronger than temptation, merely aware of its cost." As his hands cupped around the flame, it leapt into his palms without burning, condensing into a radiant crystal that pulsed within a fire. The chamber began to dissolve around him, the Phantom of Anatar fading with a final, cryptic smile. "We shall see, Olórin, we shall see." Morageth waited at the pool's edge, her ancient features betraying relief when Gandalf resurfaced, the crystallized eternal flame clutched against his chest. "You have passed the Guardian's test," she observed as he climbed out, water streaming from his robes. "And for now," Gandalf carefully tucked the flame into an inner pocket close to his heart. But tests rarely come only once in a lifetime. Together they departed the whispering glade, emerging into a world where the balance had shifted yet again. In the valley below, shadow creatures scattered before the radiance that now emanated subtly from Gandalf's person, their forms dissolving like nightmares at dawn. "But the flame's presence already strengthens the ancient barriers," Morageth noted, watching the shadows retreat. "But it is only the beginning. Saruman will sense its awakening and move more boldly now that secrecy no longer serves him." Gandalf nodded grimly, his thoughts turning to the confrontation that must follow. The betrayal of an age-old ally was a wound that would not easily heal. Yet beneath the pain of that knowledge burned a new resolve, a clarity of purpose ignited by the eternal flame's presence. "Then we must be equally bold," he declared, setting his course westward toward the realms of men and elves who remained unaware of the shadow growing in their midst. "The time for wandering in the wilderness ends. The time for action begins." As they crested the final ridge before descending into the wider world, dawn broke across the distant peaks, a symbol of hope, perhaps, or merely the turning of a world that had witnessed countless battles between light and darkness, and would doubtless witness many more before the final note of creation's music faded into silence. Yet for now, the eternal flame burned once more in the world of the living. Ancient seals strengthened, barriers firmed, and shadow creatures fled before the light of a fire, first kindled before the shaping of the world. Whatever machinations Saruman had set in motion, whatever rings of power he had discovered or created, he would now face an adversary awakened to his true purpose. Gandalf the Grey, no longer merely a wandering wizard, but a guardian of ancient flames, ready at last to step fully into the role for which he had been sent to Middle-earth. And somewhere in the White Tower of Isengard, Saruman paused in his dark workings, sensing a shift in the great pattern he sought to control. A counterweight suddenly applied to his carefully calibrated design. His eyes turned eastward, narrowing with suspicion and dawning understanding. "And so," he whispered to the empty chamber, "the game truly begins." Story 6. The ancient pines of the Whispering Woods bent in reverence as a figure emerged from the swirling mist, leaning heavily upon a gnarled staff that seemed more tree than craft. Snow-white hair cascaded down his shoulders, framing a face etched with the lines of countless centuries. His eyes, however, flickered with confusion. Pools of fathomless blue that had once commanded storms now searched the horizon with uncertainty. Gandalf the Grey had returned to Eldrien, though he scarcely remembered why. The barrier shimmered before him, a gossamer veil of arcane energies stretching skyward until it dissolved into the clouds. For 3 millennia, this magical wall had stood as the boundary between the ordered realm of mankind and the wild dominion of creatures born of magic and starlight. Yet now, its luminescence faltered, patches of darkness spreading like bruises across its once flawless surface. "Halt!" a voice called from the watchtower. "State your business, traveler." Gandalf's lips parted, but the words that emerged surprised even him. "Oh, I have business with the barrier. It calls to me." A young border guard descended the tower stairs, hand resting cautiously on his sword hilt. No more than 20 summers had touched his face, yet his eyes carried the vigilance of one who had witnessed the impossible. "The barrier calls to no one, old man," he said, approaching Gandalf with measured steps. "Only madmen and fools speak of it as living. Then perhaps I am both," Gandalf replied, his voice carrying an authority that made the guard pause. "What is your name, Guardian of the Edge?" "Thalon," the young man answered, studying the weathered traveler. "Captain Thalon of the Imperial Border Watch." Something flashed in Gandalf's mind, a memory, perhaps, or a fragment of prophecy long forgotten. "The barrier weakens, Thalon of the Border Watch. Can you not sense it?" Before Thalon could respond, a terrible rending sound tore through the evening air. Both men turned to witness a jagged crack appearing in the barrier, dark energies seeping through like blood from a wound. From this breach emerged a creature of nightmare, a skeletal wolf the size of a warhorse, its bones wreathed in ghostly blue flames, eyes burning with ancient malice. "Barghest!" Thalon cried, drawing his sword. The creature lunged, but Gandalf moved with unexpected swiftness. His staff struck the ground, and a shock wave of pale light erupted outward. The Barghest howled as it was thrown back toward the breach. "Close it!" Gandalf commanded, his voice no longer that of a confused wanderer, but resonant with power. His free hand traced sigils in the air, golden runes burning briefly before flying toward the crack in the barrier. The breach sealed, leaving only a darkened scar upon the magical veil. Gandalf staggered, leaning heavily upon his staff once more. "Who are you?" Thalon whispered, lowering his sword. Gandalf looked at his own hands as if seeing them for the first time. "I am not certain, but I know this. I am connected to this barrier. And it is failing." The imperial palace of New Ardonia rose from the central plains like a mountain of white marble and silver spires, a monument to humanity's triumph over the chaos that had once ruled these lands. In the highest tower, Emperor Maldraxxus the Resplendent gazed out at his domain, slender fingers caressing an orb of obsidian that pulsed with a sickly green light. "The Grey One has returned," came a whisper from the shadows. The Emperor turned, his ageless face betraying no emotion. "Are you certain?" "Yes, my lord. He sealed a breach near the eastern watchtower. His power remains, though his memory seems fractured." A smile touched the Emperor's lips. "Perfect. After 3,000 years, the final piece arrives just as the stars align." He lifted the orb, which cast ghastly shadows across his face. "Alert the Imperial Guard. I want the old man brought to me." "Alive? They're coming," Thalon said, peering through the underbrush at the column of Imperial soldiers on the forest road, at least 30 of them, led by Commander Vaxus himself. Gandalf nodded, his eyes distant. Since their escape from the watchtower 3 days prior, fragments of memory had begun returning, each more troubling than the last. "We cannot outrun the Imperial Guard forever," Thalon continued, his young face marked with worry. "Why do they hunt us so relentlessly?" "Because I remember now," Gandalf said quietly. "I am one of the 3 forgers, the wizards who created the barrier and the keys that maintain it." Thalon's eyes widened. "But that's impossible. The forgers lived 3,000 years ago." "Time weighs differently upon those touched by the deepest magics," Gandalf replied. "I remember now that I left Eldrian in search of a way to strengthen the barrier. Something was corrupting it from within, something I feared but could not name." A twig snapped nearby, and both men froze. "Had you continued that thought," came a woman's voice, "you might have remembered that the corruption was your fellow forger." From the shadows stepped a woman with hair like burnished copper, her emerald robes embroidered with arcane symbols. A scar curved from her left temple to her jaw, somehow enhancing rather than diminishing her fierce beauty. "Seraphine of the Verdant Order," she said with a slight bow. "And you are Gandalf the Grey, whose writings I have studied since I was a child." "Writings I do not remember penning," Gandalf admitted. "The Emperor has placed a bounty on both your heads," Seraphine continued. "And every mercenary and glory seeker in the 9 provinces hunts you now. Why help us?" Thalon demanded. "Because the barrier fails, and with it, all protections against the ancient horrors," she replied simply. "And because I know where one of the keys is hidden." The Caverns of Lament stretched beneath the western mountains, a labyrinth of crystal and shadow where echoes of the past whispered from every wall. Here, Gandalf's strength seemed to return, his steps growing surer as they descended deeper into the earth. "The first key was hidden where sorrow meets stone," he murmured, following paths invisible to his companions. "I remember that much." They had gained 2 more allies in their week of travel. Corin, a halfling warrior whose people had been decimated in a conflict now relegated to myth, had recognized Gandalf immediately, claiming to have fought alongside him in the Shadow Wars. The diminutive warrior's axes had already saved them twice from Imperial ambushes. More enigmatic was Arwen, an elven woman from beyond the barrier who had crossed through one of the growing breaches. Her silvery eyes seemed to look through Gandalf rather than at him, and she spoke little except to warn of dangers before they appeared. "There," Corin said, pointing his torch toward a chamber ahead where blue crystals pulsed with inner light. Just as in the old songs, the chamber of crystalline tears. In the center of the chamber stood a pedestal of black marble, and upon it rested a key of sapphire that seemed carved from a single gemstone. As Gandalf approached, the key began to glow more intensely. "It recognizes its maker," Arwen whispered, the first words she had spoken in days. Gandalf reached for the key, but as his fingers neared it, the chamber trembled. From the shadows emerged a guardian, a creature of living crystal that unfolded like a terrible flower, its faceted limbs sharp as blades. "The Emperor's corruption has reached even here," Seraphine gasped, summoning emerald fire to her fingertips. As the Guardian attacked, Gandalf's memories surged forward like a breaking dam. He remembered forging this key with his own hands, singing spells of protection into its structure. He remembered the Guardian as it was meant to be, a protector, not this twisted aberration. "Enough," he commanded, his voice thundering through the cavern. "I am Gandalf the Grey, forger of the keys, and you will remember your true purpose." His staff struck the ground and white fire erupted around him. The Guardian hesitated, crystal limbs trembling as conflicting commands battled within its enchanted form. Seizing the moment, Thalan darted forward, sliding beneath a crystal arm to reach the pedestal. His hand closed around the key, which flared blindingly bright. The Guardian shattered, raining crystal shards that dissolved into motes of light before touching the ground. "The first key is ours," Gandalf said, as Thalan placed the sapphire key in his weathered palm. "But the memories it brings are darker than I anticipated." His eyes met Arwen's, and understanding passed between them. "Yes," she said softly. "Do you begin to remember the truth about the Emperor?" With each passing day, as they journeyed in search of the second key, Gandalf's strength and memory returned. He recalled now that he was not merely one of the forgers, but the leader of their triumvirate. The other two had been Astarion the Wise and Maldraxxus the Brilliant, friends closer than brothers, united in their quest to protect humanity from the chaos beyond. Yet something had gone terribly wrong. "The Emperor cannot be Maldraxxus," Thalan insisted, as they made camp in the ruins of an ancient temple. "The Imperial line stretches back 30 generations." "A convenient fiction," Corin replied, sharpening his axe. "My grandfather's grandfather spoke of Maldraxxus's betrayal. How he sought to control rather than contain the powers beyond the barrier." Gandalf stared into the campfire, seeing visions in the dancing flames. "Maldraxxus believed we had made a mistake in creating the barrier. He argued that we should harness the wild magic rather than separate from it." "And Astarion?" Seraphine asked quietly. "What became of the third forger?" A shadow crossed Gandalf's face. "Well, that is what I fear most to remember." Before he could continue, Arwen's head snapped up, her elven senses detecting what human ears could not. "Imperial shadow blades," she hissed. "They've found us." The attack came swiftly, black-clad assassins materializing from the darkness itself. Steel clashed against steel as Thalan and Corin met the assault, while Seraphine's magic illuminated the night with emerald bursts. Gandalf rose to his feet, staff blazing with white fire. The first key hung from a chain around his neck, pulsing in time with his heartbeat. As the assassins closed in, he raised his hand toward the heavens. "I remember now," he thundered, "who I truly am." Lightning answered his call, striking his upraised staff and channeling through his body. The resulting explosion scattered the Imperial forces like leaves in a tempest. In the sudden silence that followed, Gandalf stood transformed, no longer the confused wanderer, but a figure of immense power and purpose. His eyes held the wisdom of millennia and the determination of one who had at last remembered his quest. "Maldraxxus betrayed us," he said, his voice carrying to each of his companions despite its softness. "He slew Astarion and would have killed me had I not escaped. Now he seeks to complete what he began 3,000 years ago, a ritual to invert the barrier, not to keep creatures out, but to imprison humanity within a realm he can rule eternally." He turned to face his companions, these unlikely allies bound now by truth and necessity. "The true evil never lurked beyond the barrier," Gandalf concluded, his eyes reflecting the dying embers of the campfire. "Uhtred sat upon the Imperial throne for 3 millennia, patiently awaiting the alignment of stars that approaches in mere days." Thalon stepped forward, hand on his sword hilt. "Then we find the remaining keys and stop him." Gandalf nodded, a weary smile touching his lips. "Indeed, young Guardian. Though the path ahead is darker than any I have walked before, we shall face it together." The sapphire key glowed against his chest. 1 key found, 2 yet to seek, and the fate of Eldrian hanging in the balance.